Hello? Hello? Are we good? Should be good, yeah? Okay, cool. So lower this a little bit. This fucking mouse. Gotta use my death adder just to change the volume. God damn. Boom, boom. Okay, cool. Bum, 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 bum. Pretty boring day, right? Pretty boring day. Oh yeah, I need to put this on the... Where the Discord at? What screen is this thing on? Oh. Okay, okay, cool. That thing on there. What is this? Hmm? Curious if we got some overnight volatility today or not. Or not. Or not. I'll do a recap here pretty quick, pretty soon. Well, nothing really happened, right? Other than like the kind of SFP that we talked about down here potentially. Nothing really happened. On that pretty boring day. Also running out of bandages for these stitches. Also, one of them's like definitely infected. Goddamn. Goddamn. It's only been like a day, 2 days already infected. Or how long has it been? It was Monday, right? What day even was that? I don't even know at this point. Whatever this happened. Yeah. Set this up and then we'll be on our way. Yeah, our levels too. Yeah, I guess I mean in terms of, I mean first of all, show to the yellow line, right? Or I guess we'll the purple line for them for now, right? But being really pixel perfect on that thing, I think. Anyways, yeah, I mean aside from today, really the only thing that happened, where did we get off? Well, when this was happening, right? This kind of thing. So like aside from like the thing we talked about in the juice box, like the swing fail of this stuff, it was this, right? So if you took that out to you. Although I suspect most people that took this would have been stopped out at this point. Unless you like shaved and put your stop loss down here. 3, evening, hello, hello, 3. Because at this point, if you had waited for like any kind of like higher time and confirmation, like you'd be stopped out. Break even. Update our levels. 14.3. Fortunately, I'm already in the long from lower, so I don't have to worry too much about that. But yeah, pretty boring day. I wasn't even watching, so like I don't even know like would this have been a short opportunity? This one would definitely would have been this kind of like if you had a fib here, you would have got filled on this on like the bearish retest of the value area high after losing it. I don't know if I would have been taking this one though, especially given how like the S&P was like pumping until like the end of the day. It did bounce right to 886 though, right the purple line. Yeah, I think I was looking at the rest of the data. I'm not sure what it was looking like at this time. Maybe this would have been a short opportunity as well, given there is some confluence building there. But looking for shorts? No, I'm in the same one from yesterday. I opened like a head short yesterday. I'm just, this point I was waiting. I'm like either. Like we come up here or not, basically. At this point we're just waiting around. The Deribit options expire tomorrow. What is the max pain for that right now? Oh. Max Payne's 102 tomorrow. Interesting. What time does this expire at? BTC still looks bullish for me. I don't know if it goes up though. Might sweep 109k and drop. Just 1 second. Let me finish setting my levels and we'll yap about that. Oh, 6875.4. What is this purple crown next to your name? What is that? What is that? Yeah, I mean, definitely a world where we come like top this for sure, right? Like either one of these like two highs. Or like come all the way to the negative point of control. So like that, definitely like eyeing like potential swing fail like on both these levels and then like or like coming up here. Definitely in the card. Definitely the main thing I'm watching next. Like this yellow line is not particularly. I'm not expecting to like break this area and like come top this yellow line and go lower. So this is like definitely the next zone of interest for me to the upside. Same with the downside. Like I'm not particularly interested in this one. To me, it's like either we're gonna come like down here, like while filling the CME gap, or we come like sweep all this garbage. Maybe we bounce there, but I doubt it. Keep it in mind though. We're just sitting here though, right? We're just sitting here, just grinding away right up by the valley area high, right above the golden pocket in the higher time frame, right above this 4-hour level. Not particularly exciting though. We're just kind of like bouncing back and forth between like both sides of the node. Just ding, 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 ding. I'm hoping if we break out, we start to like fly. Like, I'd rather not. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? This would be a pretty nice short, I suppose, right? Like somewhere in this range would be like what? $5,000 move potentially, if not more. Very weird day though. I was sitting around waiting for this all day today. It was like so boring, right? Just a boring day. Well, Solana is nuking. Might have potential like add to this thing. I don't know what's going on over here, but expected this chop after the run. And it's definitely been trading opportunities up here. Like definitely like some scalps have presented themselves. But I didn't think we'd be sitting sideways though. I thought like we'd come up here and like come back down and clean this garbage or like go. Oh well. Oh well. This is where we're at, so it doesn't really matter what we want, unfortunately. The traditional markets have been flying though. I finally broke past all-time high on the futures on the S&P. Another like leg up on Nasdaq. Even like us, Coinbase today. Coinbase is starting to fly, right? Show to my Coinbase spot bag. What a leg up, right? 60% in 13 days. How's Circle end up today? It's mean reverting, it seems like. All took pretty bearish. I haven't looked through them too much. Let's see. That's the thing though, yeah, because some of them have been looking pretty like weak, right? So if we do get like this like move down on Bitcoin, okay, let's just suppose we're in the world where like this thing comes down and like does put in some bounce here. Like we're not starting to do like some like higher time frame move to like the lows. Like we're not coming back to like 90K again or something. Just assume that like this is the low and we're gonna like bounce and go. Given how some of the alts that I've seen are looking, there would be some pretty nice opportunities, right? Kind of like one last move down that like tags some key levels and then they go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, the alts, I don't know. Definitely, I didn't trade like before like this cycle, so I'm not sure like last cycles like how. Like yes, there was stuff like Solana and whatnot that like ran in the previous cycles, but like did literally every single shitcoin just like moon back then? Because if that's the case, I don't know if that's gonna be happening this time. Like some stuff they're gonna run for sure, right? But I don't know if it's gonna be like literally any garbage you can think of. Kathy Wood unloaded 4% of her bag around. Oh yeah, for Circle, I saw that. I saw that. It makes sense though. Like I don't know why. Like everyone should be shaving on that, right? Like this is quite like the aggressive climb. Pretty like massive divergences. Like you're getting to like the 90s on the RSI. A 90 on the 4-hour even. Some mean reversion was due there. Plus, like, imagine you sold it like near up here. You could already be buying back like 30% cheaper. The thing is, like, there's no history about this, and I'm not like a financial expert in terms of like analyzing like their revenues and balance sheets and whatnot. So I'm not sure what people If you were to ask like a world-class expert like what this should be valued at, like what number they'd be throwing out there, like, would they be saying like 150, 200? Are they expecting it to go higher still? I don't know. In the long run, that definitely expecting this to go up, but like in the short term, I'm not sure like where this thing should be resting at right now. After all this crazy volatility. Wanted to buy some puts but missed. Hmm. Whatever. What you gonna do? Just wait for the next one. I'm very curious what happens here, right? Because like if things are really going to be bullish and we really want to make a move up here to like all-time highs, you really don't want to do this retracement first. Because like you want to like use this like the gas in here, right? All the shorts that haven't closed to like help rip the move. At this point, it's like hard to get a read on this, right? There's not much edge going on here. We have to wait to see, are we going to rotate back to the other side of the node, or are we going to start to actually like lose this thing? Boom, boom. 3-month candle close this week. Yeah, there's a lot of candle closes this week, like 6-month, 3-month, 2-month. Maybe they're all like printing this week, basically. Looking at them yesterday. So which one was it? One of them had like a pretty interesting pattern. Like after like a sell candle or like whatever, like I forgot what the default colors are. Whatever. When like there's like the buy volume, sell volume, and after like a sell volume, there's never like sell buy sell. It's always at least 2 buys, and we're looking the first one right now. We're about to print the first one. Obviously, like no guarantees anything, but just it's interesting to note. I think it was like the quarterly, perhaps. Yeah. Like aside from like the early start here and this one case here, which I mean I get the Dewey County is hard to say. Looking interesting though. Looking interesting. Would be nice, right? Would be nice if we get some crazy summer. Also, what's the rate cut probability? Let's check that out. BTC 6-month candle run looks insane. One sec. Oh, it's alt. Yeah, it does look pretty crazy, right? I'll take the full chart. This should be tied for the longest run. It's 5 in a row. Interesting. It's so hard to like kind of get a feel for like where this thing's gonna go. Because the problem is it's like the adoption curve, right? It's like an S curve. It's an S curve. So like price can go up pretty rapidly if we start to hit this portion. So it's like very hard to like get caught up in the hopium of like what if we're hitting this and do we actually have some like massive leg to like 300k or something? Or are we gonna top out at like 130, 120, 150, like something like that, right? Like mid 100s. Correction's on the way, BC might keep ripping up. Hard to say honestly. This is like a big correction, right? $21.30 is reasonable. Yeah, it's always safe to be like, or better to be like safe than sorry in that regards. Like trying to plot out like the probability of it going to like 150 or 200 or even like 250, something like that. It's like very hard to gauge. We'll have to just wait and see in the moment as time passes. Should I delete the fib? I deleted the fib and the box. Fuck. Well, it's pretty interesting news in the US, right? How you can do like what's it called? Like essentially use crypto as like a collateral on your mortgage. And also Coinbase announced their like perps today. Perpetual style futures coming July 21st. Less than a month. They're only doing ETH and Bitcoin. I wonder if they're gonna have this in Canada. Gold should come down. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's definitely doing it. Pixel fuck this daily level. Pink. Plus, it like also like failed this like failed auction. At least so far. Dun, 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 dun. Expecting one last push on gold, 35, 3600 before massive drop lower to 300,000. Possibly. It might just go down from here, to be honest. Could also just like clean this garbage because there's gonna be like 4-hour like bull divs if it like does this. I'm sure people will be entertaining the 0.5 level at the bottom of this volume node. Could also bounce here. Also, World War kind of just bounces here. Doesn't look particularly strong, but I'd definitely be watching for like this to get swept for like the next potential long, like all three of these like lows. Something in this range, if not like something here or there for a long. Maybe even like this 4-hour level gets tagged. And this would definitely be like a juicy potential short right there. This is definitely like a swing fail candidate. Maybe even up there. Definitely lots of areas of interest on this thing in both directions. Harris Kamal, hello, hello. Hello, Harris. How are you? definitely levels of interest on this thing. We'll say that it's pretty obvious levels. Pretty slow PA for BTC today. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Pretty boring day. I mean, there was some scalps though. Like they like swung failed this level. Nice little SFP on this thing. I'm sure people took this short earlier. I don't know about this one though. I mean, I wasn't really around at this time, like paying attention, so I don't know what the data was looking like. We did bounce right at the 886 on this thing, right at the like yellow, purple. We'll just leave it yellow at this point. Was it the VWAP was there too? Blah blah blah. Top of the volume node. Don't know if I would have taken this myself. I have to see what the data was looking like, but couple long and short opportunities today. Relatively boring though. Especially given the fact that S&P and Nasdaq were just like pumping. See any massive longs getting added? Yeah, there was one on stream earlier. So I open like a 25 mil long on Bybit. Other than that, nothing particularly interesting. What about Hyperliquid? Whoops. Yeah, not a whole lot going on in terms of open interest. There's like a big spike on spot Binance buying here more than anything. Core PC tomorrow, maybe if good, and the rally continues. Yeah, possibly. The thing is, its options expiry tomorrow for like Deribit. Max Payne's 1,000 or 102,000. So curious to see if we get like kind of like an overnight sweep of this garbage. Come down towards the gap on CME, because these things expire like I think like 4 in the morning or something, like local time, our time, Canada. And then like the rest of the day tomorrow we go back up, possibly. Definitely in the cars, something to be mindful of. I think it's a pretty big expiration too. How much is it? 14 billion. What about open interest? That was the open interest. That's pretty bearish. 102k, I think towards massive, like it's more. Yeah, you usually like it's pretty rare you go to Max Payne, right? Like usually you kind of like gravitate towards it, but like it just the market never makes it there. I'm eyeing these two levels more than anything. Like either like we bounce here or do like a swing fail here, or maybe we have to make a point of control. The thing is like on CME RTH, there's like this thing has been like just sitting here. Fuck. This gap has been brewing for so long, right? We keep gapping down and then back up and then back down, back up, so no suspicious. But wouldn't be the first time we've left a gap like that behind though. We did the same thing like down here, kind of, not as long. So it doesn't have to get filled, but definitely being mindful of this thing. It has been a while, right? Almost a month at this point. This will be pretty bearish too. Definitely agree with that. I'd be a little suspicious if we come all the way back down to like this, the lows here. So what is liquidity looking like below? Look, to me, in the ideal world, we don't go lower at all, right? If this is gonna be like really bullish and we're really gonna go past all-time highs, I don't think these people should be getting saved. Like this should be like the ignition to begin like the squeeze, the mega squeeze, right? Because like there was like I forgot what the number was. I think it was like 5,000 Bitcoin worth of shorts down here, like in this whole move up opening that haven't closed yet. And today on this candle, where was it? I think it was this candle. Another 2,000 Bitcoin opened on this move down. So we now have 7,000 Bitcoin just in this sequence of price action, and they didn't close with these wicks. So that's some nice juice, right? Some nice juice to start to squeeze up. But in the day, doesn't matter what I want, so. Unfortunately. Bullish till 109k. Yeah, so definitely the first kind of zone I'm looking to short, okay, on these like highs or like this yellow line. The first place I'm gonna be considering it. Also, don't want to get like too baited either, though, right? Don't want to get too caught up. Like, there's a world where we go lower here, right? Like, I seriously lower, like something like this. Or even lower. I mean, I don't know about the 90k type thing. I'm definitely lower probability in my mind, but you have to remember like there's a bunch of longs in here as well, so this move down can happen like pretty quick. Bum, 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 bum. We'll worry about that when we get there, though. For now, we are sitting up here, right? We are just sitting at this level, just building value up here. Oh, this is not looking too hot, we'll say that, right? We gap down, and we haven't even gone to touch the gap since. Definitely a little suspicious on CME right now, we'll say that. It's likely we retest the bull market support band. 95k. What's that? End of Q3. I'm not sure, I never used this thing before, I'm not particularly sure what the stats are looking like on this thing. This is like the first time, or maybe once before, like over here, or was it? Didn't hold there though. Over here as well. Like in a short, long, around 106.8. Oh, wait, you want to get in a long here? Yeah, possibly. I'm not. First timers are waiting at this point. Like, I'm not trying to deal with this mashup now. Like, unless we deviate like outside of like the value, one side or the other. Not sure if this is even the correct bull market support band. Some random one on TradingView. Interesting. The dope pump and next to candle. I don't know. To me, it's like I've been thinking we're going lower, personally. At least to like come get some of this stuff, because it has been looking pretty weak, right? Has been looking pretty weak, especially here. Like, okay, it's cool. We like did a swing fill pattern, printed like a strong tail. Then we like flipped the golden pocket, like kind of went through it, and then we immediately nuked right back down, right back down the next candle. So like this was like the sign of life, sign of strength, and she immediately got smacked the fuck down. Dun, 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 dun. But whatever, at the end of the day, like, this is the most likely spot to like hold. If we are gonna hold. Boom, boom, boom. How are some of these other alts doing? Also, this Celestia chart, god damn. God damn. What a chart that is. Traditional markets are pretty overbought in 4 hour. These things still go a ways away, right? Compared to like how high it can get, it's still a ways to go. How are the lower time frames? The 1 hour is definitely pretty high though. What was this for? No. I was considering loading up a spot bag of this down here today at the yellow line. Also, shout out to the yellow line. It did bounce from it earlier. But yeah, it's been sitting flat the whole day. So I guess what will we looking lower? Or even way lower potentially. Why are there so many alarms? What were we looking at? But the thing to keep in mind with this is like an all-time high breakout, so like there's a world where these oscillators pump to like pretty high. What an interesting trend that is. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're gonna pull back at some point, right? I'm not just gonna like, I mean, dildo up for another like week straight. Unlikely. How are the weeklies looking on this? Scaled in, ready to get out. Oh, hopefully that works out for you. The math ain't looking too hot right now, we'll say that. Yeah, also. When that dinner, see your price was gonna get back. This is definitely the most suspicious thing to me, right? The fact that with this CME gap, we haven't even touched it. It's suspect number one right now. I mean, it is like the like evening trading session and low volume, so pretty odd, right? Pretty, you don't see this too often. Fortunately, we're chilling in our positions right now, so I don't gotta worry too much about whatever happens anyways. Most of the liquidity ends at 104.3. 104.3. Right at the single print, right at this line. There's two clusters. Two, 5, 8. Potential long opportunities brewing though. If we are gonna head lower, definitely gonna be some potential like a chance to like long alts or Bitcoin if you're not in a Bitcoin long. This move is weird. I want it up now. What move? Bears in the building. How's the order flow looking? Yeah, definitely swing to bear side, I'll say that. Are there any big shorts opening down here? Not really. Oh yeah, fuck. Forgot to open up my book map. See what's going on in the order book. That's the other thing. Like, and even today, still, like for the past like day and a half, there's been a shit ton of whales dumping up here on spot. It's why we can't get like past this level. Like every time we try and tap it, like they're just absorbing all that shit. And they aren't playing right. Those are real orders. They've been hit multiple times. Got a goddamn wall built up here. 106.6 is my stop loss. Oh, the wick. Yeah, seems quite likely you're gonna get got, but never know. Maybe you come out the shower juicing. Let me stand up. Oh, damn. Whoops. Oh, my laptop's about to die. Fuck, really? Had to get a protein bar. Walked for 2 hours today, so I think we can squeeze that in. Yo, brothers got done researching adding CBD and OI to the chart ski. Nice. Nice, nice. On the grind I see, I like that. Self-directed learning. Signs of a trader that's gonna be juicing hardcore. And not everybody does that, right? Not everybody just has it in them to just start nerding out on their own. So that's mega juice, actually. Don't got that. Maybe long stalking. I mean, it's true, it's true. At the end of the day, it is true, right? Trading's highly competitive, so if you're not gonna put in that work, grind the people, then you're gonna have a hard time. Hello, how do you find the most volatile stocks to trade each day? I don't trade everything, but you can use a screener for that. There's tools called screeners that you can filter out stocks, like the entire stock market based on whatever parameters you set up for it. Volatility being one of them. Maybe a long stock in. Got that thing on me. Where's this thing? Whoops. Let DJ Marcos go a little too early. Based on the biggest gainers each day in the major exchanges, 95% of the biggest moves had it previously closed below $8. I think people find that surprising, but maybe not. I don't think so, because they're probably like all like low cap shit stocks, right? Like equivalent of like shit coins, penny stocks. Usually the most volatile things are like lower market cap. Does make sense. But usually you don't want to trade like too low market cap because a lot of fuckery goes on, we'll say that. What's going on here? Trying to find the song. I made it an AI song. The Sosa Marcos AI song. So some of them didn't come out too good, but one of them was like okay enough. Yeah, we need to finish doing this list. NASCAR all out. Trying to trade them volatile stocks. I see you. If you look at the 95th percentile for shares outstanding for the biggest gainers in the market, what do you think the cutoff is? You asked me like the top 5% of shares outstanding, the biggest gainers. No clue. No clue. Let's see if ChatGPT can answer that before you even respond accurately. Alright, doesn't sound right. 200 million shares? Impossibly? Yeah, I don't really like trade like micro caps in the stock market, so not the best person to be asking about that kind of stuff. Seems interesting though. ChatGPT's answer was 95% of these big movers have fewer than 500 million shares outstanding. I've tracked the biggest gainers since October of last year. 95th percentile for that sample set is 93 million shares. Interesting. Like, are you actually like trading with that information, or are you just tracking it for the lulz kind of thing? So basically, you don't trade any stock with over 93 million shares. You'll only miss out on 5% of the biggest intraday moves in the market. Yeah, but it's like there's a lot more to than just that, right? Like if I'm trading with $500 million, I can't trade with one of those stocks. Like they're not liquid. And you're also like susceptible to like singular entities moving around the entire like stock, which is why people avoid trading those. It's very hard to move the market when you're like talking about like Nvidia single-handedly. But when you're talking about like, I don't know, 420 Blazeit stock with like 50 million market cap's a different story. Boom, 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 boom. Math is a lot less reliable when you're trading low cap stocks. BTC did you dirty? Think you did yourself dirty on that one. I'll say I was in sin 10 seconds after the 7:05 AM PR drop at $6. Felt like I was chasing it at that high. Boy, I was wrong. Yeah. I don't even know what this is. I don't know anything about this, but yeah, like this is what people look for this, right? Like stuff that's like gapping in the morning session or like has like abnormal volume. Then they look to either like short it on the open or like ride the move up if it's gonna continue going. What the hell is this? Didn't we look at this the other day? Didn't someone mention this? We saw some weird chart that was like pretty similar. Anyways. It's an ugly stock. Whoops. Close the chats. Bum, 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 bum. At the end of the day, if there's some like catalyst for it to move, then like there's some catalyst for move, right? Doesn't matter what the chart looks like. Clearly there was something on that, apparently. Personally, I avoid that stuff. It's more likely than not you're gonna get got. More often than not. So many pushers want to trade Tesla and it bores me. Yeah, but because it's reliable, right? It's much less gambling. Like if I'm buying or like if I'm watching a stock and the price is changing based on like the behavior of like 10 different people, it's like very random. But if it's changing based on the behavior of like 5 million different people, then it's quite likely to follow like some standardized distribution that's trending. Like the data trends. Whereas like that stock there, like it could have been moving up and then somebody just one clips it and it's going straight down. And there's no anticipating that, even if you are trading with order flow. Like that order hits the book, that's it. You're cooked. There's a reason why everyone trades like a high cap stuff, right? Well, I mean, at the end of the day, right? If it works, if you're making it work, it doesn't matter either. There's a lot more risk. A lot of people don't want to get too risky with their money. Or already like a lot of inherent risk in trading as is. Back in black. Okay, okay. Here's host that back in black. What are these crowns? What is this? What the fuck is going on here? Why do we have a crown next to their name all of a sudden? Interesting. Shot ranking or something? Yeah, I just read a little box about it now. But like it didn't used to have it. Why is it there now? A chat leaderboard? Interesting. New feature? I've seen it in other people's chats, but I thought you had to be like a YouTube partner kind of ordeal for it to do that. Like I'm nowhere near that. I think like the baseline is you need to have like 1,000 subscribers to have that kind of stuff. Maybe they changed their rules, I guess. Let's investigate. Don't even know where you check that stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, I need to have 5,000 or not 500 subscribers for whatever like the first thing is. I don't even know what it is. 1,000 for the second one. I don't know what that offers though. Or who gives a fuck? Who's a fuck? Currently short right now, targeting 104 as a first POI. I'd be a little careful. I don't know if we're going down right now. Yeah, that definitely like a pretty big zone of interest. I don't know if we're gonna make it all the way down here though. I'd probably like TP some like in this area. Cause we did technically like swing fail a bunch of shit on CME and on this. Not like a particularly clear level, but in terms of the math, like we're quite likely we're about to break these highs. My question would be, are we about to tap this thing and start heading lower or no? We're not. We're not. We're not. The wave indicator, the VRVP, visible range volume profile. visible range volume profile. I mean, hopefully your stop loss is break even in case you potentially get run over here. Slowly making our way back up to this gap. Are you actually gonna fill it this time, or what? Or what? Stop at the wick high 108. Oh, where'd you get in though? And did you short down here? Are you a bottom shorter? Oh. I do suspect we'll be going lower, but in the day we are bouncing at our imaginary line while there's like bull dips forming. This thing done charging yet, or what? Or what? No. You want to go check my trade? I guess the position never filled. Whatever, it could be worse, right? Could be worse. Could be filled on a losing trade, potentially. Well, is that because you didn't set it, or because like you're using one of those like low liquidity exchanges that that does that? So I don't use that stuff like Blowfin and like KCX and like all that crap. Never hit submit. Yeah, you would have a pretty juicy trade. You got filled on this thing. Pretty juicy trade. Question is, are we about to flip this level back or no? Or no? Or no? If we go lower, that would suck for you, because that would be quite the short. We either start to like melt down through like all those stop losses. I'd be pissed. Pissed. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. God damn, hourly candle close in 10 minutes, boy. I saw some tweet you had today. Showed up on my timeline. Trader Sosa spamming my ass. What was it? Some like weird like. What even was it? Oh yeah, the lunar. Whatever. What is it? What even is that? Lunar. Or intuitive machines. What is that? Houston-based aerospace company specializing in lunar and deep space infrastructure. Interesting. Indicator template looking juicy. Crown momentum volatility CVD OI and the VRVP. Yeah, you should like go on like Coinalyze or reload data. Cause normally you want to watch like the CVD on like spot versus derivatives, and like coin margin contracts versus stablecoin margin contracts. Seems interesting. Scaled some of that stock today. Yeah, I'm reading what they do. Apparently they're bringing down the International Space Station. Makes sense though, it's pretty old. And apparently like some of the repairs are just not viable. Dun, 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 dun. Intuitive machines. 1 That'd be quite the move. Oh, the entry is probably not ideal. Whatever, if it's like a long-term hold though, like who cares? Who cares? HPDR bans, blah blah blah. Yeah, you just don't get like too crazy with like at the end of the day you don't wanna have like 20 different like indicators going on. Cause then it's like there's always one of them's always gonna be like, you know, firing off some signal. The bands are pretty cool though. I don't know if you ever played with them on the low time frames, but if you look at them on the 1 minute, like the 1-2 minute chart, and like you like wait for it to get into the red zone, like pretty high probability that you're gonna like mean revert. Like I was backtesting them on stream like a while ago when you had like the free trial. And there's some pretty interesting patterns in the low time frames with those things. It's my current stack. Not much. I only use like 3 indicators. The rest is just like lines and boxes. Well, plus the oscillators. Whoops. I just have like the VRVP, the TPO, volume, the VWAP, daily VWAP, and then like the 4 oscillators. RSI, Stoke RSI, Money Flow Index, and MACD. But the main 2 ones I use are just the VRVP and the TPO, like the main big kahuna indicators. Because over time you find that like a lot of them you kind of just like volatility indicators, for example, like you kind of just see it with your eyes, right? You can kind of tell when you're starting to like compress or expand. So like sure, if you're trying to like trade on some like mechanical system where you want to be seeing some like exact read on volatility, like oh it's in the 10th percentile as like a trigger condition to enter a trade, and like yeah, use it. But if not, it's not particularly necessary. Bum, bum, bum. What is that? Started cracking up listening to Draco and he said Pippi Longstocking the other day. He says it all the time. The Pippi Longstocking in the whip. The AI made a song. Where is it? The thing is, I made like 5 of them, but like they didn't come out that good. And the ones that like came out like decently are not even like that great. Where are those things? Like one of them is just the AI, just like rapping like for like 2 minutes straight. There's no hook, no nothing, just going off. Oh no 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 no! I could trade it into Pippi Longstocking. Trader Sosa's pretty good though. That's like short, like kind of just rolls off the tongue kind of thing. What just happened? Anything planned for the weekend? No, not really. I just had like surgery, so I'm like stitches everywhere. So I just kind of rest, sleep. More than anything. What about you? What I get? Nothing interesting. There's like a picture of this thing. I got my dick shortened. That's what I did, right? Penis reduction. No, there's no good pictures. Whatever. Essentially, yeah, I am. It's fucking my back up. Can't even walk properly. No, but like, being serious, like, I don't know if it's some genetic thing or what, but it started happening after the COVID vaccine, so just saying. Anyways, like, I have like these like little lipomas that started showing up. And essentially, it's just like a little ball of like fat that is like hardened into a little ball. And they're pretty minor. Like you can't, if you were to like look at me with like a shirt off, you wouldn't be able to like tell. Like maybe like one of them in my arm before you could like kind of see if like there was a shadow. But yeah, whatever. Basically, you get them removed to get them tested and whatnot. Like just in case like there could be cancer. Like you never know. Quite unlikely. Whatever. You just go to the doctor, and it's not even like a major surgery. Like they do it in the doctor's office. They so you just go there, they freeze it, the spot with like a needle, and then they cut it open, take it out, and stitch it back up. And I had like a couple in my like tricep on the left arm, and then like one in my lower abdomen, and one like on my thigh. So I have like, it was in 4 different locations. But the thing is, on my arm, I got like 4 different ones. So I have like my whole like left arm is pretty fucked right now. I can't like work out. Stupid, it's annoying. I've been going to the gym still, and I'm just walking around on the treadmill for like 2 hours straight. It was messed up too, cause this is the thing. So you go to the doctor's office, and yeah, it is. It is where they did the COVID shot, by the way, right? Right. The thing is, okay, here's the thing. Like I had like 2 or 3 of them since I was a kid. I had like one in my left leg, like one in my stomach, and one in my back. But that was it, just 3. And since I've had the COVID vaccine, they're like spawning, they're like multiplying, just growing like randomly in different places. Like this is like the I think the 4th time I've had this procedure, and every time I go, they remove like 6 of them. The thing is, they're really small though. Like they're not even like, the size of they're like the size of like a pea. There's more so I just want to get them removed for the sake of like A, having them removed, and B, like for like in the odd chance that it's like cancer. And it heals quickly. Like I get the stitches removed like next week, and then like after that I can just do whatever. But the thing about it, what I was saying is that, okay, so you get to the doctor's office, and he puts the freezing. He puts like the freezing shot in my leg, one in the stomach, then he puts like a bunch in my arm. And he starts on the leg. So he removes that one, okay, boom, on to the next one. Then he removes that one, okay, boom, on to the next one. And then he's doing my arm. But the thing is, it's taking him a while. I don't know why he couldn't like get like 1 or 2 of them out properly, because they were like on my tricep muscle. So you have to like be careful to not like actually damage the muscle or anything. But anyways, he like, so it took like, the whole point is that it took him a while to do it, and the freezing was wearing off, and I couldn't tell because like it was still like somewhat numb. So like he cuts the last one open and starts going in, and the surface was numb, but the inside wasn't. So I could feel him with a scalpel cut me. So I basically got stabbed in the middle of the doctor's office. I was like, fuck, what the fuck you doing? Damn, you slap this guy. Do you see that video with the magnets on people's arm with the shot? No, what is that? The magnet on people's arm? Definitely regret getting it. The only reason I did it is because I had to fly at the time, and you couldn't fly without it. Because like, I wasn't particularly worried about dying of COVID. If I did, so be it. A magnet arm COVID. People that got the shot can stick magnets to their arm? No, you can't. Are you kidding me? No, you can't. Wait, it actually stuck to her arm?
On social media, the COVID-19 vaccine contains a microchip. The magnet challenge
We're warned. Magnet appears to stick to embedded chip following shot.
militia. People claiming to be vaccinated take a magnet which seems to stick to their arm.
Oh, hell no! Hell no, what is that?
And it works. So am I microchipped? Actually, I'm not yet vaccinated. So how does it work?
Oh.
There are multiple ways to recreate this experiment. For example, science writer Mick West explained that people with oily skin can make magnets stick to their shoulder.
My nose is naturally oily, as many people's noses are, and you can do this little magic.
By the blaster after getting vaccinated.
Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna try this right now. Do I have a magnet in here somewhere? I do, right? On my whiteboard? No, it did. Oh, fuck. Fuck, that hurt. Didn't work. Did not work. I'm not magnetized, unfortunately. Got that magnet on me, though. Take a chain real quick. Boy. Next time I go on Twitter, every video is gonna be some conspiracy theory thing now. Well, apparently like a 6-year arm regardless. At least the video I just watched just kind of like debunked it. Show the yellow lines, right? Bing, bing. Bing, bing. Math. This thing should be done charging now, yeah? Good enough? Oh shit. Ever look at heat maps, clusters? Yeah, that's what the red boxes are from. Like this thing. We're from CoinGlass. Yeah, you can use CoinGlass if you're just trading Bitcoin, but if not, like you have to use like a high block. You have to pay for high block to get them for like other stuff. But yeah, I'm always watching it. That's why I have to. That's why I do the boxes, because a lot of times these things will like. Oh, there's a ding. Or it'll like, let's say this one, like the main liquidity is at this number, like 104.37. So go right there. It'll like ding. So yeah, definitely track them. What time frame do I watch for? All of them. All of them. But I don't really care though. Like I'm not like the higher time frames aren't like that relevant. Like sure, it's like good to be mindful of where they are, but at the end of the day, it's not like, oh, there's a big cluster above us, therefore we're going up. Like I know there was like a big ass one at like 92, but I'm not like tracking on a regular basis until we actually get close to it. Like I usually like TP like let's say I have, okay, like this one for example. Like I know this is like a liquidity cluster and I have like my level here and there's like a naked point of control there. So like usually I'll like TP like in somewhere in the zone depending on how things are looking. At least one of my TPs. It's one of them things. I think most people kind of watch those rates. What time to roll a gorilla finger of a joint? Elephant thumb. I've not smoked in so long. Been a while, been a while. Thought we had some edibles though. I don't know why I get like paranoid of like not being high now, but more like the smoking, like the physical act of smoking. Especially when it comes to the vapes too. Those are even worse. It's all gonna get us. Yeah, but like, I mean, everyone says that, but like, if you're on your deathbed at 35, are you really gonna be sitting there saying, "Oh, it's all gonna get us," when you could have like avoided it? Probably not. Lost load with microplastics. Yeah, I was looking that up the other day. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. That's why I was saying that like I want like a wife that just grows my food and just live out in the middle of nowhere, grows my food and cooks all of it, all healthy. Some farmer. Cause like for instance, I mean, I guess for a joint it's not as bad, but like if you have to pick between like vaping or like using a bong with like a percolator and a filter and using like a hemp wick to light it as opposed to like a lighter, probably best to go with the latter. Smoking cigs since 14, pushing 80s. I mean, yeah, but that's like survivorship bias. How many people did not make it to that? Like irrefutable in the science, like the effects. I don't know, you'll notice it, cause like things like you're younger, but like as you get older, like, and it's not just like a me thing. It's like everyone becomes like a lot more health conscious, right? More care, cause not only like let's say food for example. Like when you're young, you have like a very high metabolism and whatnot, but once you start to get older, like you can't just like eat all kinds of garbage, or you're gonna like blow up quick. Turn into a fucking whale, not the type in I'm talking about in the stock market. I'm free willing this bitch. And it starts to weigh on you, or at least it did for me. Like if I remember like traveling and eating like unhealthy meal after unhealthy meal for like days on end, like I just don't feel good, like physically and mentally. And the other thing you have to consider is the fact that we're kind of approaching like the borderline, like exponential age of life, or for like every year that passes in time, like if this is like 1 year, like science advances such that like more than 1 year of longevity is like added. So like it's not going to be like unrealistic for humans to start living to like 200, 300 years old. Definitely aware of the outcomes, being a stubborn asshole about it, chilling, especially after the breakup stress. No, I mean it is like, this stuff is stressful, right? Like when I got out of one of my relationships, I was like super depressed. I lost like, I don't even know, 20 pounds in like 2 months or something. I couldn't eat. I was like super depressed. So definitely like pretty like, I mean I don't, that's definitely not like a normal reaction, but like to be like bummed out about it and whatnot, it's like pretty normal. This guy's writing computer science to me, but greater equal age does not equal greater equal quality of life. What do you mean by that? The higher age isn't equal to a higher quality of life. And also like if you look into it, like one of the biggest expenses that like rich people have is health, right? Like they're doing like all kinds of like all kinds of therapy imaginable, right? Whatever the newest medical devices are, they're getting them put in their home. They're doing like regular like massage sessions, blah blah blah. Hypothetical 200-year-old not physically capable as 80-year-old. Yeah, if you assume that it's in the current state of things, right? But like, if the science had advanced in a manner such that you don't have that like wear and tear in your body, then that's not true. Like imagine they have some kind of like serum you can start to take that like preserves your muscle or like stops the aging of like cells. Because eventually they're gonna get there, right? Like sure, we might not be alive to see it, but quite likely they're gonna find some kind of solution to these things down the road. Whether it's like now or in 50 years or 200 years. But yeah, like in general, like given how we are, if we were to age the way we do now, yeah, being 200, like one gust of wind, that's it, right? You're done. Falling over, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Sacrifice the youth for the riches, while the old spend the riches trying to buy back their youth. Yeah, very common though. If you read about like billionaires and like successful athletes and whatnot, like everyone is kind of self-aware of the fact that Like you have to sacrifice something, right? It's very unlikely you're gonna get to some like extreme level in anything, any kind of profession without sacrifice. A lot of times it's like health. Like Jeff Bezos used to like do like an all-nighter like once a week, if not twice, while starting Amazon up. Sleeping in his garage, grinding. It's always fun seeing videos of 100-year-olds and they run a 5K marathon or something. It's getting more common, right? Because more people are becoming more health conscious, like throughout like their entire life. Cause like for instance, when I was like a teenager in high school, nobody really like worked out or like some people did, but it wasn't that common. Whereas nowadays, it's like very common for teenagers to already have like a gym routine and going to the gym regularly. Or at least where I am, I guess it's like a subjective opinion, but that's what I've noticed from here. And the reason why I like to go all day without eating fasting is to give my organs a rest downtime. Constantly eating never gives them a break and stresses them out on the long time frame, I feel like. I mean, probably there's no I feel like, right? Either there's like science to support that or there's not. And let's look it up so we can learn ourselves. Seems like it's mixed. Like it definitely has like some positive effect on some organs, but then also introduces like the different types of stress on others. It's like a pro and con. Interesting. Didn't know that. Makes sense though. Yeah, but motivation might be different nowadays. While for working out. I'm sure most people do it for like aesthetic reasons, right? Just want to look their best. But better that than not doing it, right? Shout out to the science too. Yeah, it's fun to read about. That's kind of one thing I like about like since I've started trading. It's like I don't work anymore, right? I just trade, so it's interesting to have like free time to like look up companies and like learn stuff, right? You kind of like an insight into like if I'm looking up some company to invest in and they're doing some like cutting edge science, like it's like a way for me to learn what's going on in that field. Like even just now, it's like lunar stuff. Like, that's one of the pros for me about it. The fact that you like requires you to stay in touch with like, what's going on in the world if you want to like have a good finger on the pulse of what's going on. What's going on over here? X is where I learn a lot of my biohacking fasting methods. Yeah, there's definitely some pretty interesting people on there. Like I remember like when I used to like use it for my Twitter for like gaming purposes. There's definitely a lot of people that are like doing some pretty interesting stuff on there. Also, it could like sacrificing themselves as like experiments to humanity, like testing all kinds of like lab drugs, like not even animal tested, or like barely animal tested. For the boys. Like they're trying out all kinds of like nootropics and whatnot. Nate Belmar, who's that? No clue. I don't know which one you're. I type in Nate Belmar and like all of them have like 10 followers, 20 followers. I'm not sure. Mr. Belmar. Oh, I see. Interesting. The one thing I'm always skeptical about this kind of stuff though is like in regards to the sciences, like a lot of times like there'll be like a study that comes out supporting like X point of view or like some activity you should be doing, and like down the road like it's like, oh actually you should be doing this instead, and so on and so forth. Kind of like goes sometimes even goes in like a circle. They used to be overweight. Yeah, same. I used to be fat as fuck. This guy uses chlorophyll. It's not like the like. Don't people use that to like drug women? Am I thinking that's chloroform or something? Probably shouldn't be googling this. I'm sure the government's getting an email right now from my ISB. Chlorophyll is a plant to make it green. Interesting. Take as well my protein. Dude, my friend, he was like in university to become a cop, and he had to like Google he had to write a paper on, what was it, like child pornography, like something related to that topic. So he was like Googling it at home, and he got like a call from the police one day, like they're like investigating him, like, well, like why are you Googling these things, blah blah blah. So you know they're tracking your shit. Yeah, this guy's super lean. Holy shit. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I've never gone too down down the biohacking rabbit hole though. It's a lot. Like there's so much like content or like information to consume in that field. It's like overwhelming. And also like a lot of things that certain people suggest is like there's not like any science on it. Like not yet at least. Or there's like no like kind of long-term studies. So there's always like a little bit of like unknown risk involved. Definitely a rabbit hole. So I need a wife, right? Girls are all over that shit. They got the red light mask, like all kinds of shit on their face, right? All kinds of different potions cooking up. At least in terms of the physical appearance, they got that on lock. Kagi book? Yeah, I have that. Got that bitch right here. You're too slow to the game, right? I already got you beat and all that. Bum, 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 bum. Stay locked in. You know, it's funny because like you mentioned Tai Lopez the other day, and he's actually the one that got me like into books. Like I read before, but like when I was like your age, like the whole like ad campaign that he was on, it kind of like got me into reading books a lot more. Like a lot of people think that guy's a grifter, and like I guess in some capacity kind of is. He also is like quite knowledgeable in many things. So it's funny to see that you mentioned that guy like so many years later, because I remember him from the goddamn like the garage video, right? Like here in my garage with like the Lamborghini. Everyone used to like make memes out of. He's my mentor list. Yeah, he has a pretty good YouTube channel too. I don't know if you ever watch his videos on YouTube, but like every once in a while he'll like, oh, I don't know, some of them are like pretty shit. I don't want to say shit, it's going too far. But like him, it's like a borderline commercial for him shilling some chorus. But there are times where he just goes on there and speaks about something at length, and like they're pretty interesting discussions. Stay locked in. Yeah, I also read a lot like whenever I get out of a relationship. So whenever you're dating somebody, like you kind of like waste a lot of time. Not waste, like whatever, to invest it into the relationship. But you're definitely not as productive. So whenever I'm single, then like yeah, I like definitely get back into like the full-on nerd out mode. Mentor list though, I don't got that. I don't got no mentor list. I feel that. Heartbreaks lock-in mode. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's related to that. It's just more so like you have, like you go from spending every single evening or like weekend doing stuff all day with somebody to just having all that time to do whatever. But yeah, a lot of people kind of use breakups to like go like level up. I think it's like a good motivation, get you out of a rut. I was in a relationship, but definitely not be hopping in here for hours. Yeah, me neither. I wouldn't be streaming as nearly as much either. Actually, that's not true. I probably would be streaming regardless. Like not as much, but like. Cause I also try and date people that aren't like too. Clingy, I guess. Like they can like easily enjoy time on their own doing whatever. Like I don't need to be like not at their side 24/7. There's no doggy, this guy. It's such an awkward zone. It's like I want to add back to like these two longs. But like until we start to leave this area, it's like a little risky. No imploding. I know you know the movie. No, no, definitely don't. I'm not kidding you. I literally never watch TV or movies. Wolf of Wall Street. Oh yeah, definitely. I've seen that once, but even then I don't remember what you were referring to. I just remember that they would take like the Quaaludes or whatever, right? The lose. Yeah, that was an interesting movie. Well, I don't know. I don't remember as much from that movie than like other like movies I've seen. And the other more memorable movies I've watched. One thing I've seen it once though, so I'm sure that's some factor as well. Also, I don't know if I'm confusing this movie with the other one, because this has the other guy in it, right? Who's the... Yeah, Jonah Hill. Like, I don't remember if it's this movie where like the guy gets Jonah Hill to come work for him because he shows him the paycheck. Or if it's like the weapons arm dealers one. What movie was that? Like War Dogs or something? Yeah, War Dogs. Yeah, that one I liked. And the guy tries to take his weed and he pulls out the fucking pulls out the Draco on them. Finesse him for his bands, bet. The dude's wife? Oh, the main girl that doesn't speak English, whatever? Yeah, I remember you're talking about. That's what I need in my life. There's a girl like that at my gym. Well, like a little mini-me version of this girl. Accents melt me. But is that actually her accent or was she just acting? I don't know. No, she's Cuban. Hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely biased towards like South American, like Spanish girls in my blood, I guess. I don't know. Like a tan brunette. Definitely like my main go-to. You know, literally every single girl I've dated except one who's like a tan brunette. Or they're like Middle Eastern, like Kim K kind of thing. She ain't boring, she boring. It's funny because you never talk to like a foreign girl, like they say that too, right? They're always telling you, oh, the girls here are so boring, blah blah blah. Hyping themselves up. Where is this guy? Or look at some of this data. Curious if we bounce up here or not. So we're gonna start to have like bear divs. And if we are gonna go lower before like 4 AM, like it should probably be starting pretty soon. Should probably be starting pretty soon. all this stuff looking. I'm fucking hungry. I'll make like a bowl of grapes or something, just like a low calorie snack. Or I starve. Send you a pic of the chart I'm running. Appreciate the info, alpha on the indicators. Where did you send me this? Discord or something? I don't see it. Oh, Twitter? Interesting. I wouldn't use like CBD on your trading view though. Maybe you can. Is there like a good one? Cause you want one that like this is probably a bit better. Cause like if you just use like the default one, it's only at whatever contract you're looking at. And the CBD is like always different for every single exchange, every contract. I know what I'm saying. CBD looks at multiple. Not like I don't have one. I have multiple CBDs I'm looking at. I like spot market, like Coinbase. Also like Hyperliquid. But like it goes like in order of like volume, and also like Like, you know, there's no like wash trading on Coinbase, so something to make note of. Then there's like futures with like a stable coin margin. Then there's like futures with like coin margin. Tied to Binance volatility. Not volatility, it's measuring like market orders. God damn, you're choking on a grape. God damn. Like if it's CBD's like doing this, and like there's more people like market selling than market buying right now. Yeah, it's in the same way with the inverse. If it's like going up, then more people are market buying. And if there's like hidden bull or bear divs, and like obviously there's like some kind of absorption going on. It's like if prices are making higher highs, and CBD is like making like lower lows, then that means that like it's like this situation, right? There's more aggressive selling than buying, yet prices are going up. So like limit orders are obviously beating the market orders in that regard. So they're absorbing all the limit market orders. And if there's like a regular div, then there's just a kind of exhaustion, right? Oh, well, there's a whole thing for this. Where is that thing? It's like a cheat sheet. Cheat sheet. Fuck. And then you just want to watch the open interest, right? For like this. Boom, 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 boom. Noted. Yeah. Because you gotta be able to like interpret this stuff. If not, like if you toss on like a MACD indicator onto your chart and you don't know what the MACD is calculating, or like what it means if it's diverging and whatnot, or on what time frames it's happening, not particularly useful, right? Well, oh, using the data and then interpreting it correctly. Like you'll notice a lot of times you'll see like coin margin contracts like more reliably tell you, like the divergences are more reliable when you're going up in price because everyone's closing out their contracts to go dump on the spot market. Go dump their biddy on the spot market. Dump that shit on your forehead. Tell you to hold that? Yeah! Hold that, boy. That's what I do. Dump my biddy on your bitch ass forehead. Core PCE tomorrow. Yeah, damn. Goddamn. Y'all better be excited. What are those 4 oscillators? I think you can see them, yeah? You can see them like this? Yeah. Yeah, it's these 4. Got them oscillators on deck. We have now tapped the naked point of control. We are in the gap. We're gonna fill this thing or what? Or what? It's pretty interesting. I was watching an interview with like a Wall Street trader, and you think that they use like a lot more sophisticated tooling, but they're talking about how they use a MACD. Made me lull a little bit. Not gonna lie. On the higher time frames though, they were talking about it on the higher time frames. They also mentioned that they use like the 100 at moving average a lot, which is why I put it back on this chart to kind of observe any interesting interactions with this thing potentially. Boom, 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 boom. Man, I'm so hungry, it's crazy, goddamn. What should I eat today? Hmm. Not that much. I need something to track my steps. I don't have like a step tracker or a sleep tracker. Boom, 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. Curious if we end up closing out of the gap or not. Or not. Any questions or not? What the fuck? min showing HPDR resistance, downward CVD and OI. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting to see if we come out of the gap. That definitely looks so, like, definitely losing momentum. Well, I don't know how, like, reliable, like when you say HPDR resistance, like, what level, like, 'Cause I don't think those like middle levels are too reliable. I don't think they're too reliable. Just the median level. Mm. I don't know. I never tested the medians. I more so looked at when it reached like the outlier regions. So I'm not sure like how let's just assume the blue line was, let's just assume this indicator was the one you're talking about and this blue line is the median. I don't know how often like these things balance statistically. I have to like go back and check it, like test it. I wonder what else the guy has nowadays. I mean, what's the website? Crown Crypto. The advanced stochastic package. What's this XP thing? I don't know. I don't know. It just showed up today. I think like YouTube had an update or something. I was wondering the same thing earlier. I was like, what the fuck is going on in here? Like everybody has like a crown in their name or something. Today I've been stop loss break even all day. Yeah, you probably should have shaved them, shaved some on like this sweep. This one was like, I don't know. Either or, either or. Probably should have like I had TP in mind down here if you got it up there. Seems like comments add XP. Yeah, I think that's the gist of it from what I read. It says, a place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges and live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. And then how do you gain XP? You collect experience points from sending live chat messages or super chats and super stickers. Oh, I can turn it off. Interesting. Just turn that shit off. Right before you're about to get number 1. Seems kind of pointless, but whatever. Especially if it does it, like, I would understand it more if it was persistent across streams. The fact that it resets every stream makes it a bit odd, right? At least to me, I don't know. Ugh. Very stupid system. That seems a little strange. Get rid of this thing. Put the other one back over here. Yeah, those crown crypto indicators, I don't know, I'm not too familiar with a lot of them. I don't know like what the actual stats behind all those things are. Go. What's happened to the ones I collected myself? I also didn't try all the indicators he has, so I'm not like too sure. Also, judging by how bears are holding this level, I'm seeing it go down. Lots of bright yellow above. I'm surprised we move up a bit before down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to like like the fact that we're sitting here like building value right before the value high is definitely bullish. Like, that's like there's no like that's just an objective statement, right? Like this is how these value areas work. If you were consolidating right next to the value area high, god damn. This is like typically like a precursor to like a breakout of the value area. But like we can't just look at this like in an isolated bubble, right? And plus in terms of the math, like we're sitting above the golden pocket, right? The higher time frame golden pocket's right here. But like in terms of the bigger game plan, options, Durabit options expire tomorrow. Max Payne at 102. Like down here. Now we have like a big ass CME gap down here. Whatever, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as you're prepared for both. I'm like watching like this zone for shorts. Maybe there, I highly doubt it. I think if we break this range, quite likely we're gonna like go quite high. So like, I'm not even particularly convinced on this one. Like I'll take it if it looks like there's edge to take it, but and to the downside, I'm like watching. Like, really here and here, primarily. I'm not sure how it works. The bands, isn't it taking like the like the delta of like the recent returns for whatever the sample size is, and then kind of just making like a distribution of it. I think it might be a closed source indicator. Yeah, it is. They definitely made it themselves, but like they tell you what it does. I just don't know, like, Like at the end of the day, regardless of what indicator or whatever you're using, you have to actually like know the stats, right? Because like for all you know, this guy's sitting there on stream saying like, oh yeah, price bounces here such and such often, but it doesn't actually do that, right? It's a lot better to like test it yourself, and you can say definitively like, yeah, 63% of the time on the 4-hour time frame when it like reaches this level and goes back, like it bounces there, etc. Or whatever time frame you want to test it on, and whatever like levels you want to be testing it on in terms of like the variance. The higher time frame is really effective. Because when I was using that one, like I didn't care about the median. I was like, whatever. To me, the median's irrelevant. Like, I was testing the outliers when it gets to like the orange and red zones. That's what I was testing. Because at that point, you're getting into like, you know, like 3 standard deviations away from the mean kind of thing. So like you're dealing with like extreme outliers. So like a mean reversion is much more likely. Whereas if that's why I was saying like what level you're comparing it with. Because if you're comparing like the 382 level he uses, that's like you're still like in the first standard deviation, so that's not particularly reliable. Maybe it is in the higher time frames. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, to just test it to make sure, but. You know, Oliver, the other thing about this right now that's like interesting is like there's a lot of shorts in here trapped. There's 5k Bitcoin in here of shorts, and then another 2k on this candle. So what's the math on that? 7,000 Bitcoin. So we're looking at almost like a $750 million of open interest on the short side just in these two zones, and these guys are all underwater, right? No debating that. So like, and if we're really bullish here, we should not be going lower, right? Like, these people should not be getting saved like that. This should be like the beginnings of the high time frame squeeze, right? We've been waiting for this squeeze for a while now, right? Since up here, like a shit ton of shorts, shit ton of shorts, shit ton of shorts, shit ton of shorts, right? We're just waiting to get squeezed, and then now like this is like the potential rocket fuel to start sending the shit blasting. Because if these guys start to get squeezed out, it's gonna like force the price up, right? Because they're all closing into like their liquidations, and then we're gonna blast off like into their liquidations, and then we're gonna blast off into their liquidations. So definitely a bullish setup as we're sitting here just fucking lurking right now. But then they never know, right? And they never know, because the other thing about it is a lot of whales are dumping up here. Whales are unloading the clip, the 100 round drum blasting at us. Bum, 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 bum. Titty drum. There's a lot too. It's not a joke. And the thing is, it's not just like it's like spot and derivatives of a bunch of sell walls up here. Like a lot of times what you'll see though is like when these walls start to build and the price gets up here, and like there's like a shit ton of aggressive buying going on, like they'll pull the walls, and then all of a sudden that's what kicks off the move, right? Because it's like buy, wall gets pulled, yeet, yeet, later, later. And right now bulls definitely want the smoke, right? Like this right here is like the bear's block. And we're just driving back and forth, grilling them, right? Me and the homies in the back of the Cadillac. Fucking 100-round drum hanging out the window looking at you. Want the smoke. You play chess? No. No, I don't. No, I do not. I mean, I played a little bit as a kid, like when I go on vacation in Europe, like where we are, there's like no like video games, no like nothing. There's like going back in time, but they had like board games, so I like play chess with my family. I never played it like seriously. It was only like when I was bored in Spain as a little kid. With Shiesties on? It's not even Shiesties. This is fucking no mask, right? They're letting you know they want to smoke up here. And they're stepping on your turf right now. That's what's happening, right? Because in the ideal world, like bears defend this, right? This like, only wanted to defend. So right now, like they're letting you know. No mask. This is the real. This is the whale technical analysis, right? Fuck all the shit you see on Twitter. This is how you really do chart analysis. This is gang warfare, bears versus bulls. Always gotta watch the bear shit in the woods though. Yeah, the thing is they've tried. That's the thing though. That's why it's like. Okay, here's the thing. Like, okay, yeah, there's a shit ton of shorts here, but there's also a bunch of longs, right? And if we start to go down, like they're all gonna start to like close out, right? It's gonna be like boom, 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 boom. We're gonna start just like melt through the zone. Plus, like, how is this stuff looking? Like on every exchange, there's no volume here, right? Or down here. So like they're all the same kind of thing. So we're gonna probably fall pretty quickly down to like this zone if we lose this level. But they've tried, right? They've tried multiple times now. They tried here, immediately swing failed back up. Tried again, immediately swing failed back up. So. We'll see. At this point, try to wait and see. Like if you're not in a trade, then like, I mean, I guess you're in a short, but yeah, you definitely missed like the long opportunity. Like this would have been it, or this one earlier today. Like maybe we'll get a short opportunity here soon. I'm sure some people will be entertaining this trade. Like getting filled like on this box towards like the value area high. Especially if we like do the gap fill. It'll be interesting to see if we start like if we fill the gap and start going lower or not. Here today I got stop loss break even. Yeah, I suspect so, because we talked about this long yesterday like in the juice box. Like the sweeping like all the levels that were like yesterday like a bunch of these levels were all down here. We like did like a ding ding. So I'm sure people like, you know, however you want to take the swing failure pattern, you got in regardless, right? But this move down would have got you a break even. Honey, where's my bear rifle? Goes both ways, right? Goes both ways. Both teams want the smoke. But I don't know. At the end of the day, like, mm, like, what's the saying? There's like a saying about this. The Bulls side is like naturally um it's gonna have more strength, right? Naturally, because like the gains to the upside are more than the downside. Like if I have a stock that goes down from like 100 to like $20, then like you lost 80%, right? Then if you go from 20 to 100, then like you're hitting multiples at that point, right? Because like 20 to 40 is like a 100%, and 40 to 60 is another 100%. So like the upside gains in that kind of move are like way more like it's way more juice, way more juice. At the end of the day, most people that are like Bears, Bulls, same thing, right? The same people, or at least the people that are like competent are. Like we're gonna exclude like perma Bears, perma Bulls because they don't know what they're doing. Because a lot of people like that short these moves, like they don't take profit on their shorts, right? They just leave them. They just leave them there as like a hedge. And also like not only that, but it kind of allows you to like long more aggressively. Because like if you're wrong on the long, then the short just keeps juicing, right? So if I try a long, like here, and price goes lower, then like whatever, right? That loss is covered from the short. And then not only that, whenever price gets back up here and you get stopped out on the short, like you're market buying in the other direction. So like everyone that's in the short here is helping pump the price on their main position. On top of getting paid for it, right? You're typically getting paid for like the funding fee as well. Large Gapperoni. Gap. I don't know what you're talking about, but bum, 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 bum. The last chart? This thing? Or this? CME? Yeah, definitely gotta watch CME, it's pretty important. Pretty important. What are these colored wave indicators? This thing? The TPO? Time price opportunity? It's like tracking how long price spends that, or how much time is spent at a certain price. So you can like track like time-based imbalances. And it also tells you okay, like these two indicators, they're referred to as like MGI, market generated information, right? Like there's no subjectivity in this. Like what these indicators are producing is based on what the market is doing, right? So, and there's like there's stats around this, right? Because they're like statistical distributions. So like just as like there's a value area high and value area low on this, there's also like a value area high and value area low on this. So like, let's say you're starting to like trend outside of the value area high for that session, then you know there's like a change in market behavior, right? Because you're starting to spend time above like the mean. And you can also identify if there's like a proper high has been placed or not based on these. But like that's just some of it, right? There's lots of like interactions with this thing, like the point of controls, like the naked point of controls, like how the distribution is set, right? Is it like one big like distribution like that, or is it like multiple distributions? Is it one with a gap and then another gap? Is it like one small thing with like a really fat in the middle dick? Because like each of them tells you like certain behaviors of that day, right? Like is there a ledge, right? Because sometimes it's like perfectly rounded, right? Sometimes there's, let's find an example. It'll be a bit harder because my tick size is pretty low right now. Look over here. Like in this case, right? There's like a big ass ledge on this thing. So a lot of times you'll see like it does this exact thing. It like bursts through a ledge and comes right back. Or it'll like burst through the ledge and then flip it. It would like do this. So yeah, definitely worth learning about, right? Also, like you use them in comparison with like the days, right? It's not just looking at one for the day. It's like how is the current one developing compared to like the past day or the days, the past a week worth of the TPOs. Like for instance, like we were talking about it right on stream. Like when this whole move down, we were talking about it the whole time. Like when I was talking about like building value up here, and then we went lower and build value here, then we went lower and build value here. You can see that the means of these are getting lower and lower, right? And like the point of control is getting lower, lower, lower every time. So it's spending like you can see without debating, there's no subjectivity in this. These 3 days, the point of control is getting lower and lower over time, so the value is dropping. But yeah, just read this book, or there's a couple of them. Do like markets and profile. What's the newer version? Mind over markets. Like the whole book is dedicated to this thing. So obviously there's quite a significant amount of information to be obtained from it. Good night, brother. I'm gassed from ball. Had no break since my team was undefeated. We'll check the juice tomorrow. Yeah, I mean the quick juice box is really not particularly interesting. Like the next potential shorts like up here. And then obviously levels above that we like been talking about, and then the next long probably here or here. Maybe here, but not as likely. Possible though, possible. If we end up liquidating this whole box, it might just kind of like ding ding. I'm sure people are also taking this short. Entertaining it. Noted those books. Yeah, it's pretty common. You should like definitely give them a read. Like most people have read them. Cause like a lot of people use this for their trading, right? Like most people are using this. So if you're not, you're definitely at a bit of like a disadvantage. Like for instance, like okay, like this thing is like where was it? Okay, like here we left the poor high, right? But before the rest of this price action occurred, we had a poor high here. So look, when price comes back up there, anyone that's using this is probably not going to be shorting this because they know that this high is probably going to get cleaned before we go lower. And that's exactly what happened, right? We came in, cleaned the high, put in like an actual clean high, and then went lower. So like if you're not using this, then you don't know that. And like everyone that is using this is money that is not coming into the game on your side if you're trying to short. AKA less probability of your trade working out. Ideally, the more people that see it that have the most money, the more likely it is to like at least bounce. Because at the end of the day, that's basically what trading is, right? Like identifying trades that the people who have the most money are also identifying. And then just a question of like, are you faster than them or not? Because if you are, then you're gonna have like a more ideal entry. That's not as important though. Boom, 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 boom. What settings do I have for the opportunity indicator? I have two. I actually just changed up recently. So I have one with the default settings. And I have everything turned off except the poor high and the poor low. Because like if you change the tick size, it starts to like change. Like in this case, like okay, like normally a poor high is like two blocks. It's like two flat blocks, like 1, 2. But like with the current one I have, the tick size, it shows like 1, which is still not good. Like ideally, it's like 2 or more singular blocks at the top or at the bottom for like a tail, like the buying and selling tails. So I have one that just has the marks of poor highs and poor lows with the default tick size. And then I have one with like a lower tick size. And like I mark everything out, like poor highs, poor lows, single prints, blah blah blah. You can put the midpoint on as well, but like you can just eyeball it, you don't like need it per se. Some people use it though. Plus it also marks out the initial balance, right? Like this black bar that you can see here kind of. Like that's like the initial balance for the trading session. A lot of people trade around that strategy. Or like use initial balance to like just trade / observe behavior. Gonna do my own research. Yeah, like a lot of people use this. Also, a lot of people also do like they'll do session-based TPOs. Like they'll have a TPO for like the New York session, and they'll have like a TPO for like the other sessions. So like multiple in one day. Or they'll do like a TPO on CME for like overnight, and then they'll do a TPO on CME for like the regular trading hours. Same with like VWAPs, right? Like a lot of people use like, because right now I have like a VWAP just for the full day. A lot of people will use a VWAP for like the New York session, and then they'll use a VWAP for the other sessions. Yeah, a lot of intricacies to things, especially the highs and lows, right? For actually changing the settings. Like they use this one. You can like pick the session you want. Actually, I should play with this one, see if there's any kind of visual optimizations compared to the old one. Yeah, just do the TPO or whoops. No, it'll be this one, the session time price opportunity. Personally, I don't do it, because you can kind of like monitor in your head, right? You don't really need to do that per se. Like I know what the TPO looked like before the New York session open, and I can see what's happening as it's developing. So, but some people rather just have it's a separate visual. It's easier to keep track of in their head, or not have to keep track of, I should say. You should definitely be checking for the lows though, right, and whatnot. Like a good versus a bad high. Because very often, like if you leave like a bad high, like in this situation, like, that you don't want to be like shorting until it gets cleaned. Then it's like, okay, we put in a good high. Okay, now I'll consider taking the short. Same with like a long to the downside. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of the same mean reversion concepts applies like of this kind of thing. Kind of like revert back in, like into the middle. So like if you draw this right now, it's like this, right? Short, 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 long, long, long. And same kind of concept applies for this. So if you have like stacking value area highs on both of them at the same time, there's more confluence to potentially short up there. Looks like we're going right now. Looks like we're going. Are we about to flip this bitch or what? I don't have a single print over here. Interesting. Oh, I know why. Whoops. Okay, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Next question is, can we flip this zone, right? Can we flip this bitch? Or nah? Or nah? Or nah? It's 4 hour level, right? Things been holding up. Also potentially invalidating this Head and Shoulders here pretty soon. Actually, I suppose we did reach the target, right? We did like a measured move. I suppose we did reach the target. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. So to the math. This thing's done, right? Should we put on that Sosa Marcos AI banger? Got the AI banging. Let's hear it. Now I gotta go piss. Might as well put something on. But I don't know which one to put on though. I don't remember which one was which because some of them are not that good. They came out like they definitely came out like very hit or miss. I don't know why. Whenever you try to make this thing do like a duet or duo, it like fucking it fucks it up. Here, we'll put on this one. We'll throw the lyrics on the screen while I go take a leak. How do I rewind this?
Reset. Hey, watch. Marcus move sides through the spread lightweight. Yellow line tap, now the trend rotate. Sosa got smoke, got lean in the crate. Smart money swing, now the tape mutate. We don't tweet, don't chirp, don't chase. We just hunt, get filled, then vanish without trace. Price hit the zone, it's a grade, no grace. Whole desk get shook when we step into place. Sosa low charts, that line don't lie. Back that's clean, let the rocket fly. Rich preset, got no FOMO cry. Ops hit long, then the bottom drowning. Backwood stuffing while the level hold. Draw that feel from the swing real cold. Hold in pocket, that Sosa gold. Take profit hit while the story unfold. Marcos got views in the order book fog. Low light scope, see the trap like a god. No dreams here, just code and laws. Got ops on tilt, now they posting blogs. Trade ain't random, this math exact. Got yellow dash lines and they all react. One touch is death, that's just a fact. And if you front run that, then your big collapse. Marker move sides through the spread like waivers. Yellow line tap, now the trend rotate. Sosa got smoke, got lean in the crate. Smart money swing, now the tape mutate. We don't tweet, don't chirp, don't chase. We just hunt, get filled, then vanish out trace. Price hit the zone, it's a grave, no grace. Whole desk get shook when we step into place. Sosa don't miss, got math in the cup. Breakdown come, I just add, not cut. Ops try chase, now they margin struck. Disarrayed on the tape, now the biz get plucked. Marcus don't blink when he run that play. He just point to the screen and the candle obey. Whole room quiet when the charts replay. Cause we kill him with precision while we float away. Hey, hey, cool, Marcus, hey. Sosa, hey, hey, hey. Marcos, math cartel, no cap in the spell. Tray so clean, even price can't tell. Zone so sharp like the blade we well. Hop, whole size get clapped, get shelled.
There's a couple of them. What was the other one? It was talking about you being on shrooms. Put this other thing back on. Where are we going? I'm shorts. I mean, you never know where we're going. There's no guarantees. No one can predict the future. I mean, we'll find out pretty soon, yeah? Are we about to flip this level and start to go higher, or no? Turn the golden pocket into supports, or no? Do we fill the gap yet? The gap's like basically been filled at this point. And those that get down. Yeah, let me try and find it. Where is it? Oh, I think it's this one. No.
Marco Sosa, we running this tape.
Oh, I think it's this one. Okay. Made a lower low, so I'm expecting a lower high. One more leg lower to 95-ish, then send it. I don't know if I'd look at it in that way necessarily. It's like this is just higher low, higher high, higher low, potentially higher high coming. It's like just looking at internal structures, not ideal in that regard. I will say this, like, there's definitely like bear divs forming, right? Like low time frame bear divs forming. As we like fill the gap potentially, like about to fill this thing. That's why as we also approach the value area high. So some confluence building to reverse, like as we leave single prints below. Weekly bear divs confirmed last week. I don't know how I wouldn't be judging off that too much. Too slow, right? Too slow. Like we are literally like $1,000 away from a massive short squeeze. It's gonna blast us past all-time high. Like if we don't reject up here, like the probability of going to all-time high right now is already pretty high, right? We're just sitting right at the value area high of this entire range. We're just sitting here building value. So So like if we start to like go up and squeeze this, then that's it, right? It's the final piece of the puzzle. Everything's a probability though, right? It is core PCE tomorrow. Options expiry for like Bitcoin specifically, like Deribit. Like a $15 option expiry. Max pains to the downside with a lot of imbalances to the downside, so. Do you have an exit strategy for your spot? Do you just hold and add? Like yeah, like I sold a bunch here. Or was it? Put it back on the daily. I sold a bunch here. And then like I had planned to reload more. I had like a big pyramid set. So like I got like a lot of it refilled, but then we didn't go like as low as I would have wanted to get the whole thing filled. So I've been using that money to like trade or just buy other things in the traditional market. And in terms of getting out next, it just depends, right? Like if I start to see signs of weakness in the higher time frames, then yeah, I'm definitely shaving. For show. Like here was like pretty cooked, right? Did like a 3 drives on the daily. As it was like super overheated, and then like on the low time frame, if you're like looking on these candles, we did like a 3 drives on like the lower time frames up here too. On top of like having like an extension, you can watch it. If you watch the first video I ever put on YouTube, it was like why this was happening. And I had like there's like extension levels up here, blah blah blah. There's tons of reasons to sell here, so like I cut like a big portion there. And a lot of people did here too, right? Personally, I did not, because I'm expecting higher given the current state of like monetary policy and whatnot, and I just wanted to like compound my bag. I don't know if we're gonna be coming back down this deep again. Like even here, like people are like de-risking, right? Plus like the whole like May aspect, seasonality reasons, etc. If we start to get up to these levels though, like 118, 120, and starts to look like pretty cooked, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be selling some. It's a pretty juicy move, right? Like just for the part of the bag that I reloaded, 50%. In how long? Let's just assume that we do it in the next like month. 90 days, 3 months. Just literally printing money. Dun. Yeah, that's kind of what everyone does. It's the kind of the general gist of it. Like everyone de-risks on signs of weakness in the higher time frames. Also, it's subjective too, right? Like it's like if you got into like the market, like here, for example, it's very different than if you got in like down here, which is also very different than if you got in like over here, right? Boom. And in terms of alts, yeah, like same story for alts. Like I'm even more aggressive with shaving. I'm not trying to hold that shit long term. Fuck that shit. I think realistically, most things aren't gonna make it past this cycle, right? And I'm sure you've seen it. I'm sure you've been around long enough at this point to have already seen stuff that like came out this cycle that's already dead. Kind of trashy shit getting shilled on Twitter. But sex coins and going to 1,000. Farcoin might do pretty well. Chart to the Farcoin gang. You gotta be careful, right? You need to definitely be like on top of the mind share. Also, this thing is like coiling up, just saying. This thing's definitely coiling up a bit. Right as you get to the golden pocket, this might already be the beginning of the balance, to be honest. If Bitcoin starts to go higher from here, yeah, that might be the low. Interesting. Personally, I just like getting in the gains and just getting out. Because you can keep doing it over and over, right? Like, okay, do you have the option to like either like sit in some alt and pray it does, I don't know, like 5x or something, or like B, you can like find whatever alt is trending based on the mind share, and then like take, I don't know, some like sizable move, let's just say like 50 to like 100%, something like that. And you don't have to sell at all either, right? If you want to like leave a moon bag or whatever, okay, go ahead, leave it. But like you should take out those gains, because like then you have money to like reload on a dip, right? You have cash already. Or two, you can just repeat B, right? You keep repeating B with whatever is trending at the time. So like I'm gonna make like 50%, 50%, 50%, 50% over and over and over. Way more probable of like 5xing your money than it is to do option A. Don't. But you know the lambs get led to the slaughter on Twitter, right? Everyone's like, hold your alts, right? Hold your alts, blah blah blah, hold your alts. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here dumping on your ass as that shit goes to zero, getting my gains and getting out of here, laughing at you, while you diamond hand that thing to dust. Got him, got him. Got they ass. Bum 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 bum. I'm eating in a Kai bowl, smacking harder than a pimp on Sunday. Yeah, I'm starving right now. I'm really hungry right now, to be honest. But I know I shouldn't eat. I probably could, because the thing is, like, I went to the gym today and I walked for like 2 hours straight on the treadmill. I can't do anything else with these like stitches. I can't do anything else. I just sat on the treadmill just walking, walking and watching stuff on YouTube. So I'm sure I'm like quite the calorie deficit right now, which explains why I'm pretty hungry. But whatever. Just suck it up. I ain't no bitch. You like a Kai? Or Kai? I don't know how you say that. Probably. I'm sure I've eaten it before. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't eat it regularly, but I've definitely eaten this before and I enjoyed it. I never like made it myself though. Maybe I should though. Like right now, like I eat like a similar meal. Like I have like Greek yogurt with fruits in it typically. Maybe I'll put in nuts sometimes if I need some kind of fats. Or maybe I can substitute it with this to switch it up. Good for you, antioxidants. Yeah, I'd imagine. But I mean, I eat like a bunch of berries and whatnot, so I do get like a decent amount of antioxidants. Bum, 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 bum. Also eat like a lot of vegetables. It's Pixel fucking the 702. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Shout to the math, right? Shout to the math? What? God damn. Shout to the math. Antioxidants, natural sugar. Yeah, I need to switch my diet a little bit because I definitely eat a bit like too much. Like not a lot of processed food, but like I definitely eat processed food, and ideally like I cut that out entirely. Like I make like breaded chicken burgers, like frozen ones, like once a week, twice a week. So ideally we should not have those in our diet. Things I can't be bothered, right? I don't have time for this shit. I like being able to just turn on the oven, toss something in, and just go back to the grind. No time wasted. Maybe we'll get hire a hot chef. Yeah, I need a wife, right? I need a wife. So I keep saying I need to find me some like farmer wife. You know how blessed life would be. You know what's crazy? I was actually dating somebody like that, and like in hindsight, maybe I should have like kept dating them, but I stopped. I stopped. The thing is, like, we didn't like, I don't know, it's just like the day-to-day conversation was not. Just wasn't there, right? Just wasn't there. There's like something lacking. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm not doing this. So far, no golden pocket being held. See if we can bounce here or nah. Or nah. Or nah. Or nah. So I'm nothing like on this dying. Are you over that last breakup? Or you think you feel that one for a while? Oh, don't even barely even remember it. We weren't even like officially dating. We like hung out a bunch and whatnot, but then like eventually, it was actually right before my hernia surgery. That's when I stopped talking to her. Like the day I got my surgery was the last day I talked to her. Cause I told her like I called her on the phone. Um, and I was like, yeah, I don't know, like I just don't. There's something missing, right? There's something missing about it. Like it's not like a very like I don't know how to describe it, to be honest. Like I'm pretty nerdy, right? And I like when people like teach me like a lot of shit. And like it wasn't really happening with her, right? Like, she was like, but it kind of makes sense given the kind of person she was, right? Just like she was the kind of how you're describing, like an Amish wife type person. Like to her, like she got her enjoyment out of like gardening and cooking food. So again, that's why I say in hindsight maybe it was a mistake, but like I don't know. So the day-to-day conversation didn't like get me excited. Yeah, I told her that. And that was it. How many surgeries have you had before? I had a shoulder surgery. That shit was fucked. They're just a hernia surgery. Just a hernia surgery and then these like recent ones. The hernia surgery was pretty crazy though. Because you're supposed to have somebody like, stay with you for the night. So I go get my surgery and my friend takes me there. Get the surgery done, boom. And he drives me home. And the thing is, like I was like on so many drugs from the surgery that like I could walk. Right after the surgery, I walked like they wheelchaired me to the parking lot, and then I could walk to the car. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm fine, whatever. Like it's not that serious actually. So like I get to my house, my friend's like, okay, do you want me to stay with you? And I'm like, nah, though, don't worry, bro, I got this. And then I went and took a nap, cause like I was like on like the drowsy drugs, right? I was like half asleep. And then I woke up hours later because I needed to take a piss. And I tried to go take a step, and then that's when it hit me like, nah, I'm not good, right? It was incredibly painful, incredibly painful. So I had to like walk in agonizing pain to the bathroom. And like literally from the very first step I took on the ground, I broke into like a full sweat. My body was like in shock, freaking out, couldn't handle it because there was so much pain. But I did it. I sucked it up. Ain't no bitch. Made it to the bathroom. But the other struggle was when I had to get food because I ordered Uber Eats. And I had to go to the doorway to bend down to get the food. That was another struggle too. But the thing is that that's when I met the doctor. I had my hernia surgery and I was in bed and I was sitting on Hinge, and I matched this girl and like we were hitting off pretty good. And like she wanted to hang out, but I'm like I just got like a hernia surgery. I can't do anything. I'm like stuck in my bed. She literally came to my house. Like I gave her my door code. First time ever meeting. She comes to my house, opens my door, and she brought like a bunch of food. And then she took care of me for like like the next month. Pretty blessed. Pretty blessed. Remember sitting in the pain. Ain't no bitch popped another 30. Yeah, they didn't give me that much. They gave me some kind of like some kind of like something with codeine pill. I don't remember what kind it was. Maybe it was like a Tylenol T3s or something. But no, the worst part about that surgery, by far, is going to the bathroom. Because like think about it. Like, imagine you like so I got a bilateral hernia repair, right? So I had like it's like one cut goes here. I don't know if you can see, but like one cut is like here and one cut is like here, like next to your groin, basically, like your up like lower abdomen. And they're pretty big incisions, like probably like this big. Anyways, the medicine they give you, like the codeine or whatever it is, it constipates you, so it's hard to go to the bathroom. So imagine getting this surgery where you have these like two massive wounds in that area, and then you're trying to like squeeze out a shit. Like, it hurts like crazy because if you squeeze, it hurts the wounds. So it's like you're like in like a lose-lose scenario, right? So like they prescribe you some kind of medicine to like help you go to the bathroom easier, but like even then it didn't like particularly help a whole lot. Sounds immensely painful. It was. It was. Definitely was. That's a G chick. Yeah, she was pretty cool actually. Unfortunate, didn't work out. Cause that one was not by my choice. Although I don't know if I take blame for it though. Cause whenever I date a doctor, it's always the same story with these people. Like they're like they get mad at random shit they don't even say. It's like they're like emotionally stunted or something from being in school for so long. At least that's my working theory. It goes to show how much of a blessing good health is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was talking to her pretty recently actually though. She messaged me randomly. Pretty crazy. She got what's a procedure? Like a tummy tuck. She got a tummy tuck done recently. And I don't know what happened with it, but like you're at risk of having necrosis when that happens, right? It's like one of the risks of those procedures because like they like flap the skin under, and I guess like oxygen can't reach that skin, and it starts to like die potentially. And that's what happened to her. She started to get like necrosis on her on her tummy tuck. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. I felt bad. Cause like she obviously she got it because she's like one of those people that's like super self-conscious about how they look at like, cause she didn't need to get it in my opinion. Like I'm like, I mean you do you, whatever, it's your life, but don't think you need it. But she got it, and now because of it, there's like a big scar there, right? It's like a like imagine you have like your regular colored skin, and then there's like a white spot where the thing occurred. Boom, 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 boom. How long is it? It's already 12:30. God damn, gotta be wrapping this up soon. Won't that make her more self-conscious? Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Breezy, what's up? What up, my boy? What up? Gotta deploy the juice pouch soon. Justin trades, what up? How's my trading been? Pff, the usual. Kind of going according to plan, doing the math. How's your trading been? Gotta deploy the juice pouch. I mean, it's not really much of a juice pouch, to say honestly. It's like the same plan as the past few days. I'm short up here potentially. The data looks good. Long here maybe, or there. If not lower, right? Not look lower. Might even go to like 102, etc. Now, if you be careful with the short though, right? Like potential freight train brewing here, given the situation of the open interest. You think improbability is? Of course, that's what everyone does. If you don't, you ain't doing it right. I go, what's the alternative to that even? I don't even know. Don't even know what the alternative is. Gonna head out for the rest of the night. See you tomorrow, brother. Have a good rest of your night. Yeah, you too. I'm not gonna be on particularly long either. It's getting pretty late. I wanna be awake for that 8:30 a.m. core PCE drop tomorrow. I just wanna see if we get any fuckery before the options expiry, right? Kind of the main reason I'm staying up a little later than usual. Also just gonna get a little carried away yapping, right? We're all just sitting here yapping about random stuff. The options expire any particular time. Yeah, I think that their bits expire at like 4 a.m. I'm not mistaken. But there's also going to be like new flows coming in too, right? So last Friday of every month at 8 UTC. Right now it's like what, 4:30 UTC? Yeah. So I'm sure we'll definitely see some potentially interesting movement before that. Or not, or not. Not guaranteed. Something to factor in. I'm more interested for core PC than anything. Plus tomorrow is just like a weekly option expiration too, right? So the usual weekly option expiration. Shout out to the math, right? Anybody got any questions before we start to get ready to head out here? Or not? Or not? Alts will pump once Fed really starts QE, I would think. Yeah, quite likely you'll definitely see some kind of move. I mean, I think the real pump comes when the cycle's done, right? Like the bull market is done. Like money starts waterfalling out of like people taking profit in Bitcoin, and they're trying to like juice on some of their gains, just like gamble a little bit, go down the risk curve. So hopefully you're prepared for that, right? Be prepared to take profits and take them quick whenever that happens, because that might last like 1-2 weeks. Forecast is 0.1, it's already quite lower than average from what I see. Yeah. What is it exactly? Let's just get a lucky look. And the more recent ones were 0.1 April and May. I mean, I'm not accepting anything particularly crazy. I just what's it called? Like prepared for it to like come out different than expected, right? And it just causes like some spike in volatility. Because that's all we need, right? Like, think about it. Like just say like the price is like up here when that thing comes out. That like potential little price spike it starts the liquidation cascade. So like definitely have to be like prepared for that kind of stuff. Or in the reverse, can like kill the pump. At least momentarily. Like definitely don't hold it in the same like class as like a Fed meeting. And the real thing is more interesting than that is how it's gonna impact the rate cut probability for July. Because like they look at core PCE, like they have to like weigh it. I won't say heavily, but like it's like a weighting in the decision, right? JP likes the core PCE. However, I could see a scenario where alts just outperform Bitcoin continuously from here on out. To me out there. I mean, I wouldn't be expecting all altcoins to just pump. I think it's definitely gonna be like a select handful, like not a huge breadth. But I highly doubt they're not gonna get like a pump, right? Like people are greedy. Humans don't change. Especially like if we're in a state of like quantitative easing, right? Like getting rate cuts, like they're printing money through whatever mechanism they decide to do it. The real question is when is like the average person gonna have money to waste on this shit, right? Because right now people are relatively broke. So like when you pair like that, starting like FedNet liquidity starting to spike, along with like all the other regions printing, right? Like China has been doing already like huge stimulus for anyone that's following what's going on over there. So when you pair that with people rotating out of Bitcoin, quite likely you're going to see a pretty sizable move. Because also remember the market cap, right? Like these things are not large market cap. Like let's just compare like something that's like in the top 20 to Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is 2 trillion market cap. ETH is second at 300. What is this? 300 billion. That's like a whole order of magnitude lower. So it doesn't take a lot of money to trickle down this waterfall to start sending some of these things. Solana's 75 billion. Right? Once you get out of the top 10, you're already into like the hundreds of millions. So it just takes like a fractional amount of the money coming down the waterfall to like really send some of this shit. Preferred metric, I think. Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I'm not 100% certain on that. Definitely double check yourself. But yeah, I have read that before. Has consumer spending gone down? Remember with Biden, it seemed like consumer spending stayed high even though inflation sucked. Let's find the chart. I think it was dropping, but I don't know what the current trend. Because you're definitely seeing it, right? Some of like the usually it starts at like the low end retailers, right? You start to see like signs of weakness on the low end, and then it goes to like the medium end, and then like the last thing to show it is like the high end, right? When these ones are starting to show like signs of weakness, then you know the shit is really cooked. And we were definitely seeing it on the low end earlier in the year. I don't know about right now though. You can find an infographic for this, or at least like the actual numbers. Bum, bum, bum. From July 16th to December 17th, so like half a year, it was like increasing month over month. And from January to March, it dropped. And then most recently, April and May, it went back up. And then the most recent, in June, dropped. So that would be like up, down, trending upwards. See if I can actually get like a chart for this though. This is outdated. Is there anything newer? They changed ChatGPT. What is this thing doing now? What the hell? Have you guys had this happen to you? It starts to like show you its thoughts as it's like doing the answer. Interesting. We'll look over here if we can find one while we wait for that. He uses way more emojis in the response. Yeah, I had to put in the memory to stop doing that. Literally had like 20 emojis per response. I'm trying to get it to make me a chart, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not even gonna know if it's reliable. So I'm trying to find one if I can see it myself. I don't know, it seems like what I said originally is like the correct idea. Like it was spiking up for like the latter part of last year, and then the 3 months after the New Year's just dropped off, and now we're kind of just waiting to see like how the trend begins to develop moving forwards. Is this thing gonna answer yet? God, I'm so slow. And so I'll wait for this. Let's start wrapping this up because you don't want to go to bed. I have to be up by like 8 for this thing, so starting to go though. So we flipped the golden pocket so far. And we left behind the single print too, right? Interesting. As these are starting to go as well. Interesting. This thing is still thinking that I break it. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. Interesting. Doesn't seem correct. We'll just ignore that one for now. We'll circle back to this a different day. Bum, bum. Okay, let's get this juice box done and get out of here, yeah? Quite the lengthy stream this one was. Almost 5 hours, god damn. I'm sitting here with 7, 8 different sets of stitches. I'm leaking. I'm about to die on stream. Grinding, boy. Boom, boom, boom. Potential long. It's a little late almost, right? Like you really wanted to like already be in it or get in on this one of these like two bounces. Kind of the same thing we said the other day. Like if we kind of retest this zone, but be very mindful of doing it if we retest after sweeping this, right? Like probability of it like bouncing and continuing higher. Like obviously always look at the data and whatnot. But like if we like pull back before the sweep, then yeah, like looking more juicy, right? But if like there's a world where we sweep this and start going lower, so let's keep all that in mind. Obviously look at the data and whatnot. So we'll kind of say like the bullish retest of the value area high, which we've been talking about. And the other ones we've been talking about for a while today, right? Pretty at depth. Kind of like this 1057 area. And then or this one, like 1042. Maybe this too, right? Kind of keep in mind the negative point of control here, and definitely keep in mind the CME gap, right? Both on ETH and RTH. Be mindful of this gap getting filled. This gap has not officially been filled. Well, it's not technically, right? If you want to go from the close up here. Had our line drawn incorrectly. It depends how you treat gaps, right? Some people like treat like just the wick touches the body, etc. I always do mine from like closed to open. Yeah, this would be like the main ones. If not, then like below, right? Like as we go lower, obviously there's more levels. Because I think this is where the liquidity ends, right? We're talking about most liquidity ending in this zone at 103. Maybe it was like 102-ish. If we're really gonna nuke lower. Yeah, it ends up at like 102.8. So like basically like right where all these like VWAPs are coming in. So like a lot of like higher time frame math VWAP confluence going on here, plus a yellow line, plus a single print cleaning, etc. And then ideally, this is like if we like bounce one of these lower ones, it starts to get like, more suspicious, right? Like if we are gonna go back, then like yeah, let's kind of bounce like at the point of control, which is like 103.5. Because when we start to like, if we start to like lose that as well, then like it's looking pretty sus for the bulls at that point. As usual, like look at all the data, blah blah blah. And for the shorts, a potential like swing fill pattern up here, right? Like at 109 or 1092 type thing. We'll say like 109. Kind of like clean this poor high, grab this liquidity and kind of go. Or this. All viable. Definitely be careful though. We've been saying this for a while. Like potential massive short squeeze here. So make sure you know what you're doing. If you're gonna try and get filled as the price is coming into the zone, if not, give it time to like print the high, then you can get in later. Don't need to be the first one in the trade. And same story for these, right? Same story for these. But at this point, I don't know, right? Like the higher we start to get into the zone, like the less inclined I'm to short it until we get to like maybe 113, 116 more likely. Also depends on if we fill this gap or not. If we go up, leaving this gap behind, I'm like more inclined to like be a bit more aggressive with the shorts at like 116, 115, like wherever we may be in this region, right? But if we do fill that gap and start to go, then maybe like the 118, 121 zone is a bit more probable. But for now, we'll just focus on this, right? For now, we'll just focus on this. And for below, also World 4 we do one here pretty soon, right? Because there are a bunch of shorts here, and obviously we know about the shorts up here. There's a world where we kind of like ding at the 1.25 extension at the VWAP, blah blah blah. The top of the value node. So we'll kind of just put that one on there. Although. Not as likely in my opinion. I don't hold this like very high probability of occurring. But be mindful of it, right? If you see that we're like starting to swing fail here, as there's like bear divs and like open interest edge, etc., then yeah, feel free to take your shot, right? Don't be afraid to take shots when you have edge. And below would just be must be losing this value node, right? If you like kind of lose like the value area. Like let's say this holds right now, right? We start to head lower. And we start to like lose like this region. Then yeah, do that, right? Or maybe we come up here and like lose a point of control for like the volume and the TPOs. So okay, any kind of bearish retest like in this zone, if we start to like lose these levels in the VWAP, is like fair game, right? I'm sure some people will be entertaining it, and some people will be like trying to front run it to get in the move down. So they might not do like the pullbacks at the exact levels you're expecting. This thing ever finish? Oh no, yeah, we left it behind anyways. Anyways, whatever. Good enough, right? Good enough. Good enough. So a quick chat shadow and get out of here. I'm trying to get tired. Bing, bing. So like even now potentially, right? People are definitely gonna be entertaining this short for sure. Like low time frame, like bear divs, as these are rolling over as well. And we're like approaching the box. I'm sure some people have been getting filled on this. We've kind of been talking about that for a while already. Let's just scroll through the chat. Shout out to 3, shout out to Harris. This thing is so laggy, what the hell? Shout out to Trader Sosa, shout to NASCAR All Out. This thing is so buggy. It's like the crowns are making it lag as I scroll. Shout out to OG Miho. Shout out to Rye Guy, is kind of a fly guy. Shout out to Barizi. Shout out to Justin Trades. Yeah, I think that's it. I think we made it through there. Exciting day tomorrow, right? Exciting to see how tomorrow plays out as per usual. Options expiry, weekly options expire for traditional markets, core PCE. Maybe we get a nice just end of week move. Fuck it, right? Some bearish news comes out, or sorry, bullish news comes out, or bearish, right? Maybe we could end up nuking lower. Start this cascade downwards finally. Lots of different possibilities, but as long as we're all prepared and planned, we should be able to juice on them, whichever happens. I'm out here though. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. So later. Later. We'll be back again tomorrow, the usual time. Later. A pink. Don't get got.